Hello, welcome to the March 13th, 2026 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can ask questions in the live chat field or simply send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer the questions in a real-time manner probably won't be possible as questions roll in, but we will go through all of the questions in chronological order as asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if you want to if we could avoid asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. Just kind of slows down the whole process. We should have an index of all of the topics that are covered in today's live stream posted several hours after the live stream ends. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, if it is version 13, 14, or 15, also what operating system, so if it's Mac OS or Windows, that information is often helpful. If you want to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, I think we're hovering around 44,000 topics. I haven't done a count recently. You could go to cubaseindex.com and search, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. So you could just kind of do a search query, and you could find different live stream topics where that particular topic was discussed. It's a great resource. We have two people that serve as moderators. We have Agent K and Jazz Dude. They're not Steinberg employees. They just really do it to make a better community experience, and we want to express our appreciation for them. We also want to give an extra round of gratitude for Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. It's a wonderful resource of information where you can find downloads, presets, links to tutorials, articles. It's a really wonderful kind of compendium, reference point that's really beneficial for the Steinberg community. So check that out if you need stuff after hours. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, and I primarily focus on Steinberg products. And I'm the host today. I'm presenting from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. Just a quick programming note. We'll have our live stream on the 17th, next Tuesday, and then we won't be doing another live stream until the 31st. I'm going to be on vacation out of the country. So we'll have our live stream the 17th, and then it will be on the 31st will be the next live stream after I get back from vacation. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and begin. All right, so we see Claes Olsson joining from Malmö, Sweden. I think I looked up how to pronounce your name right before. Let me know if I got it right. Just make sure, because I think I was getting it wrong. All right, so we see Jazz Dude sharing a tutorial for the ping pong delay in Cubase. We have VST Nova joining from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. All right, we have Michael Marshall joining from Somerset, UK. We see Fly V joining from Winnipeg, Canada. All right, so we see 54 Beatmaker asks how to get rid of overlap of MIDI notes. Okay, so let's say we're going to have overlapping MIDI notes. Let me just add an instrument track here. All right. Okay, so let's say we have a MIDI event here. I'll make this larger so we can see it easier. All right, and let's say we're going to have some extra MIDI notes here. Okay, so let's say at this point, I have this note overlapping this note. All right, so let's say in this case we have MIDI notes that are overlapping. So we could choose which note will kind of play onward. So we could look at this. Now, one of the editing preferences that we have is if we come over here to, I believe it's just under editing, to delete overlaps. So think that now if we come over here and I take these two notes here and I hover over, now when we remove, that we could just simply come over here, and I think even if we go directly to the MIDI menu, we could delete overlaps on the monophonic. So as we come over here, we could choose to delete overlaps. Or if we have it on chords as well, we could choose delete overlaps poly. So as we come over here, let's say I want to overlap these, but generally when you're, let's say I move these particular events so that they overlap. And then you could always just kind of come over here. So let's say delete overlaps polyphonic. And then you could get rid of your overlaps just like that if you wanted to. But you could always, if you have two notes that are kind of overlapping. So let's say if we're here in this note, it's kind of overlapping, I could click the note underneath to have that note kind of sound all the way through, or you could just kind of select the different notes, but try going into your MIDI to the functions and you'll see the delete overlaps function directly there. Okay, wonderful to see Beverly Beatty joining from Vancouver, Canada. Great to have you on. We have Russ Steele joining from Baltimore, Maryland, not far from me, about an hour away. Thanks for joining us today and being part of the community. All right, we have Into Gadgets, just says howdy, Greg, and to other folks, of course. Tim Weinheimer joining from Mission Viejo, California. It says, thanks to all who helped me get the most out of Cubase 15, Wavelab 13, Spectral Layers 12. John Barry's joining from the English Riviera. It says 5 p.m. and still sunny. All right. We see Into Gadgets is Kenny. So thanks for introducing yourself. Let us know where you're from, Kenny. It's always interesting out of curiosity. I could create a mental image for everyone as I'm talking to. All right, we see Steinberg MIDI joining from Texas. So we see, will Cubase run well on a MacBook Neo? So I haven't had any personal experience with it. I think, I think that it should be fine. I haven't read up on all the MacBook Neo. I think it's going to be obviously less expensive. And I think it's a different processor, so I'm not sure if it's like an M series, but maybe an A series processor, like it's like what's in the iPads. We do a lot of work on iOS as well for Cubase, so I haven't personally tried it. I think that it might not be as robust as other MacBooks, but you could probably still get a lot of work done on it. But I'm not sure if they're even shipping yet. So, but I could check with some of my colleagues in Hamburg if they've had any experience with it. All right, so we have Buck Drums joining from Detroit, Michigan. Thanks for being online with us. You see, Steinberg MIDI is saying he's happy it's Friday. All right, so we see from Jazz Dude just says he saw a German video with a guy run Cubase on the MacBook Neo. And it says due to its high single core performance, no problem. So thanks for sharing that, Jazz Dude. All right, so we see from FlyV who asks, I'm just going through my notebook, time for a new one. I have a few questions today. My first is, what is edit, reset, quantize? Okay, so let's say I had a bunch of notes, and I select these notes and I quantize these notes. Let's make it to like quarter note, something a little more obvious. All right, so let's say at this point I've done the quantization and I come over here. Let's say I leave the editor. I can just at any time come right over here. We go to edit and we say reset quantization. And now that will kind of basically undo the quantization. Now, kind of the cool thing is, let's say if I'm working on and I come. So let's say I just wanted to sequence a part, and as I do this, I want to put auto quantize on. So let's say I'm going to just record some in my sampler track here. And I'll put the click on. All right, so since I had AQ on and I had it set to quarter notes, when we go to play it, even though I was off, it's now quantized perfectly. So, but let's say I wanted to, even though I did quantize on input, if I wanted to go to the original unquantized, like bad rhythm performance that I recorded, what I could do now is, even though we quantized the notes on input, I could go to, and we look at it here, and we see that we're perfectly on the grid. I come over to edit, to reset quantize, and we have our original values that were recorded in. So even if you've done an AQ, the reset quantize can take you back to the original feel. So that's what the reset quantize does, Vince. All right, so we have Jose or Joseph Gage joining from Oklahoma, new user. Welcome to the community, and we hope that we could help you with lots of questions in the future. Thanks for being here today. We see Jazz Dude shared the link to the MacBook Neo performance. All right, Tim Weinheimer just says, can you comp a vocal track with versions like you can with track lanes? It's not as elegant, I would say, but you could kind of do the same thing. So let's go ahead and take a look at it here. Just showing some comping too. All right, so let's say I'm here and I want to, let's say, All right, so we're going to create versions from lanes. Okay, so now basically I have different track versions here. Okay. Now when I do this, I can do a new version. And we could rename this version, we'll call this our comp. Okay, so let's say I want to come here, we'll go to version 1. Sorry about that, let me just... All right, so let's say I want to take 2 measures of that. Let's copy, and let's go to like our comp and paste. Let's go to track version 3. I will unmute and say, okay, I want the next 2 measures coming from version 3. So copy. Let's go back to our comp version here, paste, and let's go to track version 5. So again, I will select like the 2 measures, copy, paste, and let's go to our last track version here. And this could be good if you're doing like band performances, like if you want to, comp, 50 tracks at a time. You could do that using this track version method. All right, so say we'll take that, copy, and go to our comped version and paste. So now we come back here, we'll just listen to kind of our track version comp. So you could do it like that if you wanted to. I think it's probably still easier to, if we, so you could do it, just kind of make an empty track version and copy and paste. So if you're doing that across multiple tracks, like an entire band performance where you had like different track versions, I think it's good. For a single track, I would probably still use the comping paradigm, because with comping, we can come over here. I'll just revert to our original project here. So as soon as we open up, instead of like having to unmute and mute different parts, I can just kind of come over here, grab my comp tool, and this could be a little more elegant for auditioning different parts. So, but if you needed to comp in track versions, but one of the cool things is we can take, if you go to your track versions menu, we could create versions from lanes. So now we could take our track versions, convert that to lanes, and if we wanted to conversely come over here and say, let's get to our track versions, and then we could say create lanes from versions as well. So you could kind of go back and forth pretty easily when needed. So you can comp with track versions if you wanted to. May not be as elegant as well. All right, so we see from Beverly Beatty says, thanks for the MIDI overlap notes explanations. I've had that problem in many tunes. Now I can fix it. All right, Raw Justice Hip Hop. It's number 20 on the like button from Capitol Heights, Maryland, just across the river from me. Says, hey Greg, I'm finally setting up my audio montage in WaveLab Pro as I get ready to master my new project, 13 new tracks, just in time for summer. Congratulations. Look forward to, please share when your release is done. Look forward to hearing it. It's an exciting time. See, Steinberg MIDI is impressed with the MacBook Neo. All right, we have Nick Thomason joining from Finland. Thanks for being on. Let's see, Fly-V just says quantize at all times. Nice. So, and Steinberg MIDI just says he has it set to a quick shortcut. All right, we see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. Thanks for being online today. Everyone's looking forward to ice cream. And we see the Jazz Dude is the first recipient of 1 gallon of amaretto chocolate. All right, Michael Teams has granted my family, myself, 1 gallon of strawberry ice cream. That's good. My mother-in-law and sister-in-law are going to be visiting for the weekend, so looking forward. I'm sure they'll appreciate the ice cream as well. All right, Beverly asked, Greg, could you show us again how you replay something you just did on a keyboard that you did not record in Ableton and just missed a great riff? Okay, so let's say I'm here in Groove Agent, all right, and I'm like, oh, this is the perfect fill of all time. So if we come over here, we have the retrospective recording. So at this point, I could just click right there, and now my MIDI is automatically populated. So if we go to play it back, now if I come over here, let's say I do some more, I think we could do like 10,000 notes. You could also come right over here and say insert as a linear recording. So if we wanted to just from the track inspector to just come over, not click on that, but you'll see insert recording. You could do it as a linear recording. If we had this, let's say I had a very short, like a 1 measure loop, and I just start playing MIDI. All right, so now let's say I have that and I could choose to insert that recording. You could also do it as cycle recording as well if you were just kind of, I think we may have to, let's say if I was just here, I think if we just come here, let's say I'm not in record, I'll just pop it out of record. Let me see if this allows us to do the insert as cycled recording. So now we could just have our, and if I want to come here, we can say, okay, let's just go to our kick. Now, if you want to do this for audio, what you could do is just come over to your settings, and we could say, okay, let's go to under recording audio. We could set a audio pre-record seconds. And how that would work is if I have an audio track here, and if I was recording something, and let's say I just happened to miss kind of the very beginning of a recording. Let me take it out of cycle. So come here, and let's say I was recording, and then I missed like maybe the attack, I came in a little early, we could just simply roll back the audio. We could extend the event to the left to capture up to 60 seconds of audio if you want. It defaults to 1 second. So you could kind of do a retrospective recording if you miss like the entrance of something as an audio file. But just to the right of the transport, you could click the retrospective recording here from the once you're in a MIDI or instrument track, you'll see the insert recording. This is where you could insert the retrospective recording as linear or cycle. And then again, you could have 10,000 MIDI events. You can now just come over here and empty that as well. So you could always go right back. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Beverly. I know a lot of film composers. I remember hanging out with Danny Lux, who's like probably one of the most prominent TV composers, does shows like Grey's Anatomy. And he's like, I haven't hit record in like a decade, you know, because everything is retrospective recording for him. So all right, so we see from FlyV who asks, what is the set definition from tempo within Audio Advanced? All right, so let's say we have an audio recording here. We'll just create empty. All right, so say. So if I put my click on now, so I'm going to, let's say we do a tempo detection here. So I'll go to my project menu, tempo track, tempo detection. All right, so now we listen to it. There's a cool breeze blow. All right, so let's say maybe we want to first come over here. All right, so we have a little bit of like ocean wave sound, and I want to come over here. So let's say we have this as 4/4. All right, so we've determined kind of our tempo. We put in the meter for 4/4. Now, if I wanted to change the tempo of this particular recording, what I would need to do is a lot of times when we deal with an audio loop, we have a loop, and the loop has one consistent tempo. And we could say, okay, now we want that loop to be in musical mode, and when the loop is in musical mode, it's going to automatically, if we change the tempo and the file, the event is set to musical mode, it will follow the particular tempo changes. All right, but if the audio file has varying tempo, like what we see here, that's not going to be rhythmically accurate because it doesn't stay one tempo throughout the project. And so when we need to work with audio that has varying tempos, that's when we would go to the advanced and say we have all these tempo events. So instead of embedding a single tempo value into an audio file, we can come over here. Let's go to advanced, and we'll say set definition from tempo. And we could save this in the project or just actually embed that metadata within the file in case we want to use that file within other projects. At this point, I'll just say we're going to save it in the project. So now all of these tempo values for each beat of the song have been embedded as metadata into the file itself. Now what this is going to allow us to do is to say, okay, we're starting off roughly 132 to 140. So let's say I want this tempo. I'm going to bypass the tempo map. And now I could just kind of put in, let's say 136. And I could have a steady tempo. So now this is going to play back perfectly steady tempo. The leaves are starting to change. Your body starts to where the summer goes. Now let's say I wanted to kind of augment the original tempo. So one thing I could do is come over here and say, okay, instead of following its original tempo, I could actually just kind of tighten that tempo up a bit. So it's still fluctuating, but the limitations of the fluctuation have been minimized. So it can feel a little more natural. Or if I want to take a section here and tilt the tempo down, so this would do a retard. And let's say I want to take this section and speed it up. So it gets here, the tempo is going to speed up until it goes back to its original value. So at that point, you could, take audio material that has varying tempos and treat it as if it was one single value, because the set definition from tempo takes the existing tempo track and embeds that as the metadata within the file or within the project, so that the file can be, we'll call it a tempo parasite. So whatever the tempo is, the files are going to just jump around to automatically fit with that. Okay. All right, we see Captain Energy Music joining from Pennsylvania. Thanks for being online with us today and part of the community. All right, Beverly Beatty just says, Greg, could you talk about the order of vocal plugins? I like using delay in my Vox and compression and EQ, etc. Is there an order to adding them, such as the compression first? So there's no totally set. There's no totally set way of doing it. Often people will, so let's come over here. So generally I would run the delay as a send, because that would give you kind of a little more flexibility. And a good rule of thumb, like when looking at some signal flow, is just kind of looking. I think a lot of people would do the dynamics before the EQ, so that, because if you do an EQ, the dynamics could accentuate the EQ or change kind of the shape of the EQ. So generally I think people would do the compressor before the EQ, and we could kind of see how this is often a typical signal flow that we see in the channel strip. So let's say if you just kind of use this as a reference. So I generally prefer to run effects like delay, chorusing, reverb as sends. And I know you sent in some questions. We'll get to those a little bit later. But generally, I would do a noise gate going into compression, EQ. If you need to do de-essing after that, you could do the de-essing. So if you kind of use this as a reference, this is a typical signal flow. We could, of course, change the order of the signal flow if desired, but generally I think people would do compression before EQ, but there's no set rule on that. So if it sounds good, it sounds good. All right. Okay, so we have Montalvo asks, is there a way in Cubase to specifically select the top or second note of a chord before deleting or copying to a new track? All right, so let me just open up quick project here. We have some chords that we can quickly make. Okay, so let's say we have a chord track here. We'll come over. Let me take off flex phraser. Okay. Okay, so let's say now I want to drag these down. Okay, so, and I'll make these all one nice cohesive part. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at our chords here. Okay, so let's say we want to, so we could go into the logical editor. All right, so if we wanted to extract to track, but we could also, so let's say we duplicate this particular track here. All right, and let's say I just won't have any events. All right, so let's say I want to select, or we could say let's extract to track. We'll say type is equal to note, and if we come over here, let's say context variable, we could say is equal to, and then we could say the highest in a chord from at least n notes, from at least 2 notes. All right. Or we could say position in chord. All right, so let's say we want our 5th of the chord. So we can see now that the 5th of the chords have been extracted to this. So we could also come over here. So let's say if we have this duplicated and we wanted to get rid of the base of the chord, so we can say, okay, let's get rid of the root note of this chord. We could do that. We could also just come over and say, you know, we want to get rid of the 5th in this chord. We want to get rid of, if we have, you know, 4ths or 7ths, so we could just say, okay, yeah, I don't think we have any 7ths, but we could just say, okay, let's say the minor 3rd of the chord. So you can just come over here, and we could also say, if you wanted to get rid of all 3rds, major and minor, I could just, let's insert another one. We'll choose our context variable equal, and we'll say position in chord, and we'll say we want to extract the major or minor 3rd. So we could do that, and there's also going to be note number within a chord as well. So I could say here I want this to be the 4th note number within a chord, or the 3rd. And then, so, or let's say the 3rd position in a chord. So you could get rid of different voices of the chords once that they are duplicated. So you could have a lot of flexibility utilizing the logical editor for that. Let me know if that makes sense. All right, Chris Geo 1469 asks, could you show some MIDI shortcuts for faster workflow? Example, duplicate MIDI notes vertically without dragging. Also, can you show how to create a personal template example for mixing? All right, so let's say we have MIDI notes here. Let me just get rid of some of these notes. All right, so if we want to shift notes up, let's say an octave, let me go ahead and all right, so if I hold down like shift plus the up or down arrow, we can go up an octave. If we wanted to, so if we want to go, but if we wanted to like use a logical editor, there's like some cool stuff, a lot of cool stuff we could do in a logical editor. So if you want to, like if you wanted to do this manually, like duplicate it up an octave, if we just hold down the Alt or Option key. So let's say I moved it in time. We can see, okay, now I've moved it up 12. If I move it in time, since I moved it vertically, so I'm holding down my Alt or Option key, and then if I hold Control or Command, that will lock it into place. So now when this plays, it's going to be exactly an octave in the same times. So using the modifier keys, if you wanted to just select a range of MIDI notes and duplicate it up an octave, we could do that in a logical editor as well. So if we could say, okay, I just want to, I think if we just choose to, might be insert or insert exclusive, we'll find out. So type is equal to MIDI notes. And the main value, we want to add 12. Let me just try insert. Yes, I think it should be the main value here. I think that usually does it. Let me just, let's see. So say we're going to type equal to note. Let me just see if there's a preset. Maybe a preset and then. Yeah, but I think it's like insert. Let me just. Yeah, but you could do it. I'll see if I could revisit that later, but try just to, select the notes option. And if you move it, Control or Command, and that will lock those particular notes into place like that. All right, and the second question we had is can you show how to create a personal template? Example mixing, thank you. So once you have there's a couple of things that you can do. If it's going to be like predominantly audio, we can come over. So let's say, just find. So, you could always save. So let's say I really like how, I want the band to kind of start off with, like I'm doing an album project and I want everything to kind of be consistent from project to project. So once we have everything kind of set up, what I would do, so let's say we have this project and I wanted to have the drums be the same. Let's say if we add an effect channel, so let's say we want a reverb and a delay as part of our go-to effects. And we'll just add an effects channel down here. Separate delay that's not on. All right, so now we have, so let's say we have this and okay, so now what I want to do is so if I want this as a template to start with, what I would do is just come over here. I would take, if you have an existing project that you want to use as the basis for that template, I would say let's import tracks from project. I'm going to come over, let's get to so I'm going to select the project here. And then I could select all of the tracks. Now, when I do a template, and why I'm kind of doing this approach is because I don't need the actual audio files often in a template. So I'm going to choose for the track data to be imported. I will say, let's uncheck the events. So, and once you uncheck the events, you can import all of the particular files without the you can import all of the tracks without the particular files showing up. So that's what I would do. I would just do an import tracks from project and uncheck events and parts right there. And then once you have that set up, so let's say it looks something like this, then it would be save as template, and you could give it a name. So let's say, okay, we want to come here, and we want to call the template March 13th. And now when we go to, let's say, our hub, we'll see our March 13th, 2026 template, and then you could start directly from there. All right. All right, so Beverly Beatty just says that's fabulous. Reply. All right, Tim Weinheimer's question is, when you are editing a vocal track with VaryAudio in the edit window, can you use the cycle with the key command and P like you can in a project window? I think so. So let's say we'll do our bass part here. All right, so if I come here, I select those particular events and I hit the P, and my keyboard shortcut, like the slash on the numeric keypad, is set up just so whatever events that you want to work with within the VaryAudio editor. So if you like those, hit the letter P, and that sets the left and right locator around the particular events. I think if you come over here, let's hit Alt. You can also hit, and if you want it to play the particular range of notes and have it automatically loop, hold down Alt or Option plus P. But that will kind of work the same way. So if I come here and say, okay, let's just look at just that one VaryAudio. So let me just do. So if I'm just tuning like one particular region, that's a little tricky, and I could just come here, select those, and hit Alt P. And say, okay, let me just tune that. Now I want to select that phrase here and hit Alt P, Alt or Option P. So like within the editors, the same kind of for setting loops. And if you had everything, let's say if I'm here and we're playing. So let's say I take off my cycle. I could also just say, okay, I want to take this and hold down Alt, Option, Shift, P, and that will automatically solo the particular track and loop that track as well. So, but you know, the Alt P is great for when you're editing a particular region. So you're just like, oh, it sounds weird, and that will play and enable the cycle mode. So if I just select that particular phrase, Alt P, then I could just very quickly tune the audio around. All right, so we see Lawrence from Barn Door Recording. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from Steinberg, Steinberg MIDI just says, Jazz, I just thought about if we could make a multi-instrument container using the project logical editor. You know, so one of the things that you could do, you know, if you're stacking instruments, so let's say we come over here, we'll just do a quick new project. All right, and let's say I have a pad shop, load it up. All right, let's load up a retro log. Let's say. All right, and let's load up like a synth, maybe from FM7. All right, so if I want all three of these to be like in one event layered, you know, what you could do is just come over here and just put it in, select the particular tracks. And if you right click, You can say, let's just move these to a folder. So let's say synth layer. Okay, so now you could close that particular folder, and as we do it here, if you enable record, let's say on all of them, it doesn't have to be open, but now this gives you the benefit of, we could just come over and say, okay, as we're working with this, like I want the FM lab, and I can still have all my different output routing, all my effects. All from one track. So you just, have a folder track as a container, because even if they're all, and as you record on the folder track, I'll just come right over here. So say, we could see that MIDI data has been recorded into all of the tracks simultaneously. So that's a pretty easy way of doing it. And then, if you needed to edit one particular track, change it up an octave or make all these notes shorter or longer in a stack to make it work, it's not one set of MIDI notes, but when you hit record, that one particular folder can record the same performance across all instruments, and there's no limit to how many instruments you can put into a folder. And then if you wanted to, come right over here, we could say, okay, I want to export, and we could say the selected tracks. So we'll come over here. Let's call this March 13th synth stack. Okay, and let's say we could put this in a particular folder. I'll just put it into my desktop. And then when we go, let's say if we get rid of this particular track, I could just import my track archive, and we'll say, okay, let's March 13th, 2026. Okay, so now we come over here, and now our synth stack is automatically created and recalled for us. So you see Jazzy just says, just use a group track and stack layered VST instruments, just like I just showed. All right, so Capo 1974 is just wishing everyone a happy Friday the 13th. All right, Music Friend 2051 asks, what's the benefit of using Cubase and Mac instead of PC Windows? Some people are Mac people, some people prefer Windows operating system. So Cubase is available for either platform. So the program will function the same way. The functions will be identical between the two programs. So it's, I think the benefit is you have a choice of switching back and forth between PC and Mac. So if you have a PC in your studio and you have a MacBook Pro for portable use, you could have your same Cubase work across different platforms. Steinberg does have probably the most robust performance, especially utilizing the Apple Silicon processors. Ironically, programs you think that would be able to utilize all of the processing cores on a particular within M series Mac, like an Apple Silicon, don't. So there's a pretty significant performance increase on Cubase Mac versus other programs that you would assume would have better performance. So, but it's really just a personal preference. Like I run Mac for work, and then I run Windows for my personal studio. So. Tim Weinheimer just says Club Cubase is a cool place to hang out. So it's a wonderful community I'm proud to be a member of. Or we see a comment from Beverly Beatty just saying, I've been using OmniVocal over the last few days. It actually has helped me create vocal melodies and phrasing. So if not used for primary or background vox, it's great to create your own vox melody. I think a lot of us, there's a lot of people, that can program music really well that aren't great singers. They could be wonderful musicians, like they could be an amazing piano player, they could be an amazing drummer, bassist, guitarist, but maybe they just don't sing. Like they just didn't get that gene when they were born. But they still need to be able, it's like one of my friends, Ted Perlman, who's worked with like some of the most amazing vocalists. He's not a singer himself. We've had him on Zoom social meetup. I mean, he's worked, with Whitney Houston and, Neil Sedaka, just tons of legendary, Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, Chicago. He's worked with all of these groups with like amazing vocals, but he's not a great singer. So for him to be able to come up with kind of a presentation as a songwriter and say, sing it kind of, this is the phrasing that I was hearing with, on the lyrics, to be able to convey that idea to, the actual someone who is singing is a wonderful tool so that you could get like a great sounding demo. But when we use OmniVocal, it's going to be, it's a wonderful tool that's inside of Cubase, that's part of Cubase. So if we come over, we could just say, let's say I want to record. So now what I could do is we'll just take and we could just enter in the text. Let's say I'm not a lyricist. So you could, just come up with, quick vocal ideas very easily using that. All right. All All right, so we see Music Friend. You see after comment from Steinberg MIDI says it operates the same on both platforms. And see Music Friend just says thanks, warning because see so many people running Cubase on Mac. So lots of people running on Mac, lots of people running on PC. We're an equal opportunity computer platform offender. All right, Tim Weinheimer wants everyone to make sure to hit the like button. All right, Dalbsky just says how to change MIDI instances in your MIDI track with your keyboard, specifically left, right. Thanks again. So I'm not sure if you, let's say if we have a particular event here, so let's unfold our track. So let's say if I want to navigate to different MIDI events, I could come here with my left and right arrows if I'm in a particular editor. And if I wanted to navigate to the next note, just that was just left and right arrow again. So you could just arrow over to the next note. So let's say if I So if you wanted to navigate to the next note, you could just hit left and right arrows, just like that. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do or if you want to do something different. All right, John Barry is just asking, any info on the Pad Shop and Retrolog updates this week? Cheers. So yeah, so everyone, there's new updates. I believe that were released yesterday. So of Pad Shop and Retrolog. So with Cubase 15 came out, it introduced a concept of with plugins that, you know, we could go to a particular plugin and let's go to our send. And with the plugins, we could do scaling. So we could do user interface scaling. So we say, okay, I want that to be smaller, or let's say I want it to be bigger because I have Mr. Magoo vision. You know, we could do that. So, but that didn't come initially for Retrolog and Pad Shop, but now it is available. So if you go to the little drop-down menu, we could see the user interface scaling. So we could say, okay, let's make it, 25% smaller than normal. So if you have like a lower screen resolution, you could adjust that. We'll go to the user interface scaling. So both Pad Shop and Retrolog have this. So a lot of people wanted Retrolog to be bigger on their screen. And also when we come over here, the other big change is now instead of having to kind of hunt for your different media sounds, you could just see all of your available presets directly over here on the right side. So similar to what we do with Groove Agent 6, Groove Agent SE6, as well as when you come over here to Pad Shop, we can now just easily not have to kind of come over here, have a floating window. We could just go through your different presets right here. So those are the two big things, the user scaling and having the kind of MediaBay in the right-hand zone of the plugin. So when you get to Pad Shop, and these are free downloads if you have your Cubase license, or if you have licenses for for pad shop, so we can just kind of come right over here and see those different functions right here. So user interface scalability and easier to load presets and free of charge. So it's good, nice of Steinberg to do. All right, so we see from Steinberg MIDI says, so Jazz, if I want to make a melody, right, and it's only monophonic, but I want to do polyphonic and add a major 6 below it in the logical editors, it's so easy for that now. So let me see if I could do that. I'll just try a quick new project here. Let's see if I have MIDI notes here, and let's see if I can figure out the logical editor to duplicate it up. Okay, let me just see. I thought it was like insert exclusive would. Thought that would work before. Let me just see if I could figure out from a different. Okay. Okay, so we would set it to subtype, and then we could say let's add 12. Sorry about that for my brain cramp. Okay, so now if we come over here, we could now we're going to add an octave. If we wanted to subtract an octave, we could say let's subtract 12. So now these notes would all be transposed. We could also just subtract, if we wanted to subtract 4, so we could do like a major 6 to create harmonies. We can just come over there as well. So sorry about my brain cramp earlier on that. So that's a good way to take something up an octave easily. You can keep it in the same position. All right, so we see from Flyv says some of my key commands have been not active. The pop-up says the on-screen keyboard, filter out this key command. So when you have the on-screen keyboard, which you can open with Option or Alt plus K. It may look like this, and it could be resized. As soon as you open this, and kind of the intention is, okay, when I'm here, I'm going to use my computer keyboard to play the particular MIDI notes. But if what you need to do, but when you do this and we go to like hit, use a lot of keys, these keys are being filtered because the on-screen keyboard is kind of hijacking the keys so that you could use it as a MIDI keyboard. But just hold down Alt or Option plus K and close it, and then all the keyboard shortcuts from your computer keyboard won't be routed to the on-screen MIDI keyboard. All right, we see Razel Zamini joining from Denmark. Always wonderful to see you on. Thanks for being part of the community. All right, so we see, Greg, can you show how to use a logical editor with a monophonic melody and turn the melody into polyphonic with sixths and fourths at the same time? Okay, so I think if we come over here, so let's just, all right, so we kind of have it here. We just kind of showed this a minute ago. So let's say, okay, I want this to go up. Okay, so we can say I want the pitch to add, let's say 8. Or I guess would be maybe 9. Is it? So I'll just take all these and move it down. Let's say to C. So if you wanted to go up a sixth, so if it's a major 6, you would just say, okay, I want that to go to 9. I want to take these notes, and now we want it to go up 5 instead of 9. So now we come over here, and if we wanted to save both of those as presets, we could simply, at that point, put both of those presets into a macro. So again, insert, type is equal to note. You want to choose subtype here. And then you could add or subtract to create harmonies. Okay. All right, so we see question is RX11 standard similar to spectral layers. Both of the programs will do spectral editing. I don't have a current license of spectral layers, but they'll both do editing, and I think there could be more. My impression, I could be mistaken because I don't have a license for RX anymore. That it might be more restoration capabilities. You could do a lot of restoration within spectral layers, but I think RX might be more of a restoration tool that has spectral editing, and spectral layers might be more of a spectral editor that has restoration in it as well. So. All right, so we have Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw hello to other pets nearby, and he's ready to keep on learning. Okay, so we see from Tim Weinheimer, just says perfect, Greg, thanks. All right. We have Jason Sykes joining from South Yorkshire, England. All right, so we see Tim Weinheimer just ordered the Yamaha CC1 controller. Flyview says his first day of a new notebook is Friday the 13th. Seemed like a good idea. I'm sure you'll be fine. All right, so we see Spittoon Dude says, generate interesting bass lines from a chord sequence. Okay, so let's say, let me just... Okay, so let's say I want to come over here. So let's say we have these, let me just close this. All right, so let's say if we have chords in our program, I think we have a synth bass here, we could pull up. Okay, so let's activate this project. So let's say we have chords. All right, so let's say we want to take, all right, so let's say we have our chords in our event. So I'm going to go to my project and say chords to MIDI. All right, so we have this. So let's say if we have our synth bass part. All right, so I want to just put it on, let's put a couple MIDI effects on this, and I'm going to tell from the chords, we're going to follow the chord track. So let's say I want this to, all right. All right, so first off, I'm just going to take this particular event here. So let's duplicate it. I'm just going to keep like the bass notes here. So I'm going to duplicate this. All right, so I want just the bass notes. So let's say we have so now I had the bass. So say this isn't like the most exciting bass line. So what I want to do now is come over here and let's put this in the loop. Okay, so I'm going to take this and let's just go to like a MIDI insert. And let's put on some fun, like maybe an arpeggiator. So I'm going to tell this to follow. So let's come over here. Let's get to our Apache. Now, if I actually have the chords, let's say I want to take just this chord part here and drag this to the bass. Okay, so now and let's make it go up or random. And let's put a little bit of maybe a MIDI echo. Or we could even put in like a little bit of, if we want to take the quantizer plug-in. And we could put a swing just on the arpeggios. So I just copied from the chords to the bass part and told it to do an arpeggiator. So, and we could also kind of just change the note length. So say we want to make this 30-second notes. And let's make it play 16th note triplets. And let's say if we want to come over and let's go to like a modulator. So we have this synth bass part here. We could make this a little more interesting by modulating the sources. So let's go to a modulator here. So okay, I want LFO. And we could add another modulator here and just say, okay. So just kind of dragging like the chord pads down to bass patch and running through a couple of MIDI plugins and some modulators, you can come up with interesting bass lines pretty easily. All right, wonderful CJ from Secret Studios, who asks, out of curiosity, would VST System Link work over a Thunderbolt bridge if I had another Mac? So it's not necessarily the Thunderbolt bridge. What you need is just an audio interface with a digital connection. So if you have an audio interface with a SPDIF or an ADAT or ASEBU, just needs a digital connection, like a digital audio connection between those two sources. So it's not necessarily Thunderbolt or Ethernet. It's just going to be part of the audio interface, and then you'd be able to synchronize those two computers together. All right, so you see from Flyvy, how can I get rid of the error stopping my key commands? So again, just Alt Option K, close that window, and once that window is closed, the key commands should automatically come back for you. All right. Okay, so we get Uno Memento from Finland. Not sure if I mentioned that. So Reverend Hal, hello Greg. Is there a way to make Rissett rhythms in Cubase 14 Pro? So let me look up what a Rissett rhythm is. Excuse my ignorance. Okay, so it's a rhythm that seems to speed up indefinitely. All right, just reading about, gives the impression of a drum loop that continuously speeds up or slows down, even though the tempo remains constant. Okay, so let's say, let's take a Okay, so let's say we want to take, let's see if we could, I don't think we could do like MIDI effects as quantizers. So let me just see. I don't think we could do MIDI effects as modulation sources, but let me try. Okay, so let's say if we have, you know, maybe like an arpeggiator. So let's take this, and I'm not going to run it through our MIDI inserts here. But, well, let me see if we open up the... Okay, so it's not going to work. So we can't do modulators on MIDI inserts. But let's see if we could do, maybe if we have a modulator in the source here. Let me just... So if we have like the modulator, so let's say if I come over here, so here I could modulate, and this is probably crude, but we have kind of an arpeggiator here. So let me just find... So, but if we now take the modulator and control the tempo, and that way you could, and then you could probably even come over here and just have it completely random. And then learn the tempo value here. So now the tempo we could be modulating randomly here. We can make it faster or slower. So let me know if that's kind of along the lines of what you were thinking for the Rissett rhythm. And I could play around with it if that makes sense. And that the randomizer isn't in 14, but you could just use alphas as modulator for the source. All right, great to see Matt Elston on. Is saying hi to everyone from London. Flyv says got his updates right on time. Memento says never remembered daylight saving time. Yeah, so I think next, I'm not sure when it changes in Europe. Yeah, I think we moved it earlier, maybe 15 years ago or so. Makes all my meetings with my German colleagues more interesting. So, Memento is asking, are we having a Zoom meetup on March 31st? So yeah, that'll be the last live stream of the month. So we'll do our Zoom meetup then. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so we see from Rick from Bratman Studio. Greg just noticed that during an audio mix down, my external synths are not recording, just a Groove Agent 6 and VSTs. Since I updated to Pro 15, do I need to reinstall external synths again? Is there a quick way? One of the things that you could do, because you can do a render in place on VST instruments, it will do it in real time. So when you're utilizing external instruments, it obviously has to be in real time because it has to send MIDI information out for it to be generated and then captured. So see if you could check the routing, but see if you do a render in place, that should be able to turn it into an audio file. And if that's not working, then it may be just kind of a routing issue. But see if a render in place works for your external instruments. And that would give us a clue as if it's a routing and configuration problem. We see Rick has received 1 gallon of coconut almond fudge ice cream from Michael Teams. Okay. See, Flyv says, had to restart my PC, just watched my phone a minute, and then hope my key commands are back. Yeah. All right, Gerald Ely is hanging in the back of the class. He snuck in very coyly. All right, so Rossi Composing 4098 asks about a Control S49 keyboard, but can't get the playback keys on the left to make the playhead return to a previous position. Is there a menu in Cubase 13 Pro, or should I contact NI? So it's going to be just go to the transport menu, and then you'll see start modes, and then you just want to make sure that you check return to start position on stop. So that will change the behavior of the transport. So again, just come over here, start mode, and make sure that return to start position on stop is checked. I think that changed in 13. So give that a try. All right, so we see from Flyv says, I have nothing in use within the control room. Is that normal? What are the uses? So we could think of the control room as being, think of it as being a separate monitoring path. So often when you have a large format console, you will, when we're kind of working with our console here, large format consoles often have a a dedicated control room. Now the control room can bring in other sources. So if you have like, okay, your phone is connected, with, or you have, I know lots of mastering engineers just have an Amazon Echo. So when the client goes, oh, I want it to sound like this, and then they could just ask their Amazon Echo to play it, and they have it routed into 2 inputs. So we could take external inputs, we could do headphone mixes, but the beauty of the control room and the design intention is to have a separate monitoring path. Because let's say I had like a room correction plug-in. So a lot of people now have stereo like powered monitors with amplifiers built in. So what a lot of people do is they take their volume down here if their speakers are cranked up, and they use their master fader as the monitoring volume. All right, but if we look at my mix, let's say if it's too loud in my room because I have my speakers cranked, I drop the volume, we lose all of this volume information. So we can say now our mix is sounding weak when we export it. But with the control room, and we enable the control room in the audio connections and make sure that the control room, we could add, different headphone cue mixes, but also different speakers. And we could just have multiple speakers set up. So if you have like HS7s, NS10s, 2020 bass, whatever speakers you have, we can now come over here and just switch between our different speakers. So, but the most important thing is when I drop the volume, notice that when I drop the monitoring volume, the gain structure of the mix is not affected because this is just a monitoring path. Now there's certain plugins, like if we were doing a room correction, something like Sonar Works along those lines, or IK Multimedia, I think they have ARC. So let's say if we were playing that and we were correcting our room, a lot of people and other programs have to put it onto their master bus so that what they're hearing is the corrected room. But when you go to export it, you export it. If you don't turn that plugin off, the EQ curve and the processing that makes the deficiencies of your room sound normal are now applied to the file. But using the control room, we can come over and have that plugin just in the monitoring path so that as we're working, it's never going to be included into the rendered file. So think of this as just like a separate monitoring section, so we can do that without affecting the gain structure of the mix console or of your mix and your project. Okay. Gerald Ely thinks that his ice cream flavor is sounding a bit like a moonshine flavor. Cherry mash. Okay. All right, so Steve Green asks, hi Greg, remind me I would like a Groove Agent snare drum on 2 keys on my keyboard, C1 and D1. Can you remind me how to do it? I try to drag and drop, but that doesn't seem to work. Thanks. All right, so let's say we open it. We have a Groove Agent instance here. All right. All right, so let's say I want to come over. So if I want to, we can say, okay, I'm going to cut the kit. So if I want it, we're starting off fresh. And let's say I have snare drum samples. I'll just come over here. Okay, so I'll just say, okay, I want snare on C1 and D1. All right, so let's say we have all right, so let's say I want that on C1 and I want that snare on D1. So you could just drag and drop any audio file directly to the particular keys. So that's when you're in kind of beat agent mode. So give that a try if you want. And then you could also, if you click on this little icon here, you could also do controller mapping. So if you have like another snare on a different pitch, you could now come right over here and you could assign the particular trigger MIDI notes as well. So if you wanted to layer those together, we could say, okay, they're both on D1. So now when I play, I could have both of my snares on one particular key, but you can't reassign until you click on this little icon. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Steve. Gerald Ely says time change caught him off guard too. But your time changed as well, I think, being in California. Okay. All right, Rob Schmedicke, great to see you on, says, ouch, I opened the project and forgot that the audio folder is missing. I found the files are pointing to a separate audio folder in another directory. I checked the pool folder, and I'm wondering if there's a way to recreate an audio folder in the correct place and have the files move over to where they belong in the project. So if you move the files, you know, we look at the kind of the structure of a project file. You're going to have an audio subfolder. So let's just come over here to projects. All right. All right, so say we're here. So, you know, if you move the audio folder from the wrong folder into this same folder, so you want to put it as an audio folder at the same level as the project. So when you open up the project, it's looking, the first place it's going to look for audio files utilized and used in the project is in the audio folder here. If it doesn't see it there, you know, and if it's not saved to a different location, then you'll get a message to kind of prompt it over. So I would take the audio folder that's in a different folder and place all the audio files into an audio folder at the same level as the project, because that's going to be the first place, the hierarchy that the project is looking for the audio files at the same level that are in the audio folder. Then, you know, see if it automatically finds those files there. You could, you know, you probably will get a message saying can't find audio files, and then, you know, do you want to search for it? So if you know where those files are, you could search for it and tell it to, okay, play the files that are in a different project folder for audio, and that's fine. And if you do that and you want to consolidate and still have the project at the same location, once you kind of are asked to find the audio files that you directed to the particular folder, at that point go to your media menu and you could select prepare archive. And once the files that are in different folder locations, like if you have files in 6 different folder locations, when you do prepare archive, that would move all of the files directly over and put it into an audio folder at the project level. So give that a shot. All right, so another question from Steve Green. Says, Greg, one more. You can ask as many as you want. I have a mix which sounds fine in Cubase. When I audio mix down some instruments, kind of fade away, then come back. Is there an insert that stops this from happening, if that makes sense? So check to see if it's going to be like for one particular instrument or one plugin, and see if that makes a difference. You could always try, like when you do the export audio mix down, something else that you could try. Some plugins tend not to mix down faster than real time well. So let's say if you go to your export audio mix down, you'll see this option in the bottom area here of use real-time export. See if you check that or uncheck that, toggle that, if that makes a difference for you. So again, go to your export audio mix down and see if you do a real-time export, if that makes any difference. And let us know what you find. All right, Baba Sa asks, hi Greg, using Cubase 15 on Mac Sequoia, what's the difference between adjusting a track's gain amount versus writing volume automation changes? Okay, so let's say if I have a particular track here, all right, and I adjust the gain. So there's a couple ways that we could adjust the gain. So one way is to kind of just do like clip gain changes. All right, so when we do clip gain changes, these volume changes here will be before the channel, before the audio hits the channel here. So, if we wanted to perhaps regulate some stuff, or this, we had a note that's just too loud, I want to take that down. So at this point, all of these gain changes are hitting before the channel. So some people will go through and very methodically kind of do, clip gain adjustments so that they don't have to use a compressor to regulate the volume levels. They could use a compressor for different flavor of color of sound, but they don't have to use it in a corrective mode. So these gain changes, and we also, when we go to the channel, there's also another gain area here. So let's say if we click on our edit, we go to our EQ channel, and we see this gain adjustment here. This is also pre-fader, so this is adjusting the gain before it hits the channel. And then when we have the automation is actually the channel volume here. So all those, and the big critical thing is, as we have those gain adjustments, we could have those gain adjustments go through our inserts and the EQs before it hits the channel where we could have automation. So within the gain structure, that's going to be before the automation. So a lot of people will use that to kind of regulate levels, and going through a vocal and getting rid of breaths and hums, so that you don't have to necessarily do post-processing on that. So let me know if that makes sense. All right. Okay, so I think I may have missed one from Jay from Secret Studios. It's a digital connection over audio interface is a tie for VST System Link. Will it work with systems that are connected via Dante connection? So it's not going to see it via Dante, because Dante is going to be all basically on the same audio interface. So generally you're going to be running everything, so you can't synchronize the two interfaces, because usually Dante, if it's all running on the Dante network, it's one audio interface. that could be utilized and shared across multiple devices. So, but it's generally going to be two devices that needs the, and as Jazz Dude mentions, a network connection. So. All right, so John Kutsalinas asks, greetings from the UK. I was wondering how I can create a macro to add a contact player with thanks. So we could add, there isn't a way to automate it, like, hit a button on a controller to add a specific instrument. So we can't necessarily add a particular instrument or add a particular track with effects. So there isn't a way that I know of doing that. So you can add an instrument track, but you can't necessarily have it with the macro, choose to add a specific instrument in that instrument track. You could have it add a track preset, but you can't choose the track preset to do. So I don't think it's available currently. I see Raja says hip hop loves a control room. He won't work without it. Okay, so we see Beverly Beatty says did not know how to control worked until today. Thanks again, Greg. See, Raja says hip hop says he watches guys mix on Logic who always end up exporting twice because they forgot to turn off the room correction plugin. So yeah. So we see I have volume Q settings on my motherboard, so I'm new to control room, but does that mean I don't need control room? So, are you using when you say volume Q settings on the motherboard, so there may be like audio interface connections from the motherboard, but I'm not sure if they actually, because generally with the control room, if you're on Windows especially, you want it to all be under one ASIO driver so that it could be synchronized. So I think, in any scenario, using the control room is a good thing. So. Jazz Dude just mentioned it's just a mixer behind a mixer output. That's a great way of thinking about it. Great to see Tiago joining from Brazil. He's received 1 gallon of tuxedo cream cheesecake. All right, so we see from Fox Andrew just says, hi Greg, a project I'm working on has suddenly stopped recording automation on any track. I'm moving quick controls with hardware faders via MIDI remote. So make sure, like at the top here, that you don't have write globally disabled. Also check in your automation panel. So if we come over, let's say you go to the project menu and go to the automation panel, or you can hit F6. Make sure there's no suspending of writing on different parameters that are set up here. So we see plugin parameters move, but automation data is not recorded, even though W is illuminated on the track. It says I opened a new project to test and can record automation data without issue. And if you want to all right, so just reading the first and second part to separate it. Moving quick controls with the hardware faders via MIDI remote. Plug-in parameters move, but automating data is not recorded, even though the W is illuminated on the track. So also, depending on, I'm not sure if it's an instrument or like in the insert effect, but once we come over here, can't we just go to make sure, like in the plugin itself, that you are automating? Try to, if you're automating a particular plugin, try to make sure that, it can't hurt to make sure that write enabled is, enabled on the plugin itself. So give that a try and let me know if that makes a difference for you. See, Baba Saw says, thanks, that makes sense. So if I meticulously write gain changes into my track, I may not even need to make volume fader adjustments after. Is that right? So, yeah, that you could think of it that way. So a lot of people use automation for correction. And I know people, like one of my friends in Austin, who's kind of a multi-Grammy winning engineer, he used to call it like cut and run automation, where he would just cut like every measure or every beat and just go through and just, quickly just do clip gain changes. And that way, he didn't have to think about it, and he could just, because a lot of times these people will put, I'm going to put a compressor because this word was a little too loud. And then, but that compressor is on the track for the rest of the time. So it's kind of, maybe you just kind of fix the problem with clip gain, and then you don't have to use as much processing or automation later. So I think it's a great way to work. Okay. All right, so we see from FlyV just asked, how is VCA used? Okay, so let's take a look. Okay. All right, so let's say we have all of these, like our drum tracks here, all have automation going on. All right. And let's say I wanted to, and the critical thing is, let's say I'm going to add a reverb in my snare here. All right, so when we have tracks that have existing automation, and we want to maybe like increase or decrease tracks. So let's say these tracks are kind of going in counter direction. So while some tracks are going up, some are going down. So I'm going to select all of these tracks, and I'm going to add, right click, and let's add a VCA track. Alright, so now we have a VCA track. So when I adjust my VCA fader down, you notice that it's going to take all of the volumes. Now, people go, what's the difference between like a VCA and a group? The VCA doesn't do any summing of the sound. So we don't put any effects, we don't do any processing on a VCA. But the critical thing is, let's listen to our reverb on the snare, because a lot of times when we put something in a group and we bring the group volume down, that could affect the gain structure of the track that's going into the snare. So if the send is getting less signal, then the wet dry balance of the track changes. So when I come over here, so we listen to the reverb in the snare. So now when I bring the VCA down here, we still have the same effect balance. Alright, so let's say I want to write automation on my VCA. So we see that we have automation going on. So let's say for our kick track, but now I'm going to write automation on the VCA. So come here. And even though I'm bringing it down, we still see other tracks that are going up. I bring it up, we'll see some tracks going downward in motion. Alright, so now when we stop, we see that, we have almost two different automation lines. So we see the primary channel automation, and then we see kind of underneath a secondary automation. This is the result. This is where we drop the volume on the VCA. So we could see that the result of the automation with the VCA changes. Now clicking here, we could just say, okay, I want to go to the VCA, and we could choose to, take our VCA here, and we could say, okay, combine automation of the VCA and the selected channels, and now we could kind of coalesce the automation. So if you have a very complex mix with effect sends, and you're like, okay, I want all the drums to be a little louder, softer, I want the guitars, often using VCAs can give you more flexibility in the mixing process than just using a standard group. And you could also come over and say, okay, let's say we want to get rid of the VCA. All right, and I could say, okay, I want my kicks to go to their VCA. So we'll call it kick. I want my snare to go to VCA. So we could have kind of multiple VCAs. So let's say we take this track and this track. Let's add VCA. Let's take my, all right, so I have my kick VCA, snare VCA, let's say my toms. All right, and let's take cymbals and overheads. All right, so let's say my hi-hat. Now let's add a VCA track to those. So now I could select my VCA tracks, and at that point we could just, take multiple VCA tracks. So let's go ahead and take like our snare. Let's say this VCA. Let's say our tom VCA, overhead VCA, and then we could just send those particular tracks to their own. Let's see if I hold down the correct modifier key. So when we select other VCAs, I could now add a VCA track to my selected VCA track. So now when we come over, we could have one VCA that controls everything, one VCA that's just going to be for snares, for toms. So we could have kind of nested VCAs as well. So that's kind of the concept of VCAs, give you more flexibility with mixing. Okay, so you see from Flyvee, what are MIDI tracks used for? So let's say if we have an external instrument, so what we could do, let's say you go out and buy like a Yamaha Modi X7 and you want to sequence, that's not an instrument track. So instrument tracks are going to be for software plugins, but if we want to add a track and just have a MIDI track that goes directly out to external instruments, we could say, okay, I'm going to take my MIDI output and this is going to my JV1080. So now a MIDI track can go to external instruments. That's what most people use MIDI tracks for at this point. Sometimes you may, like, there could be plugins that respond to MIDI information, such as like Loop Mash FX. So if you have a scenario where you want to play and trigger the different effects within a Loop Mash FX for doing different stutters and chops, you can just simply select the particular add a MIDI track and route it out to the input of Loop Mash FX, and be able to kind of play and send MIDI to a particular plugin as well. But generally it's going to be for external MIDI devices. Okay. Okay, so we see from Beverly who asks, Greg, why would one want to release the audio driver in the background? What scenario would you need to do that? So sometimes people may have, like, you know, like I have a separate pair of speakers for my computer audio that's separate from the audio from my Cubase. So when we go to this particular setting, some people may, like if you're playing with your Cubase and you're watching the Club Cubase live stream, and you come over here and you say, okay, we want to release the driver when the application is in the background. So if I was using one audio interface for listening to YouTube live streams and the same interface for my Cubase, when I have that checked and I go to some audio interfaces, when we would switch, Cubase or digital audio workstations like Cubase could still hold on to the communication for that particular audio interface. So when you go to YouTube, you can't play it, and then people would have to close Cubase to listen to YouTube and then open up Cubase, and then they couldn't hear YouTube again. So they would have to do this dance because the audio interface, a single audio interface, wasn't being shared between normal computer use, like watching YouTube and you know, using your audio interface. So if you have one audio interface, this allows you to kind of go back and forth and have audio from two different environments that are often utilizing two different driver architectures immediately kind of work back and forth between, you know, like your general computing tasks and your DAW tasks. All right, so we see Vince just says, thanks, Greg. I'm going to keep learning about control room. Okay, so we see from Vince just asks, it's 5e, what is a reference track? So a reference track is often going to be a track that, maybe it's like someone, you're like, okay, I want it to sound like the latest Drake album. I want it to sound like, Eagles Hotel California. And what you could do is, as you're working, you can have a comparison between those particular tracks that maybe the client's like, make my drum sound like John Bonham. I want to sound like Led Zeppelin. I want to sound like Moby. I want to sound like Kate Bush, or whatever. So what you could do is, as we're kind of working on a particular project, we could have like a reference track so that we could. So let's say, so here I have a track and this is like a mix down. So let's say, the client comes in, or you're like, okay, I want my track to sound as good as that. Now, the problem gets to be like, we don't just necessarily put a track into the project, because if we have plugins that are on the on like the master fader here, such as like EQ, like what we get with Frequency 2, that the tracks that you're comparing are being processed again. So we want these tracks to be, because they probably many of the tracks have gone through a mastering process. So if we run it through additional processing and effects, then it's going to change the sound. So we want this track to be in its purest form, but we may be doing, for our particular project, we may be adding EQs and compressors to make it sound like the particular track. Now, a quick way to utilize reference tracks, and this is another great use of the control room, is when we come over, we go to your audio connections, we go to the control room, and we could right-click and add what's called a Q mix. So my first Q, we'll call this Q mix 2, and we'll just call this reference. So again, we don't want our reference track to go through the master processing on, or any processing. So what I'm going to do now is, instead of sending this track to my stereo out, I'm going to send it to no bus. And then in the control room, what we're going to do is I'm going to open up this channel, and we see that we have QSend. So I want to send it to my reference, and I'm going to send it at 0 dB because I don't want it to be louder or softer than the original. So let's say on my reference track, I'm going to do like a nasally EQ just so we could hear the difference. All right, so now when I want to come over, we can say, okay, this is going to be my track. And then if I hit C2, this is my reference track. So if I come here, let me just take. So let's say I'm trying to match this reference track. So now I could listen to my mix. And if I go to my mix here, and let's say I throw a flanger, just because it's obvious on my mix. When I go to listen to the reference track, this flanger isn't applied to the reference track because we sent it to an alternate monitoring path. So now we're listening to our reference, and I could hit a button, and we could check to make sure that we're, kind of, where we want to be kind of dynamics-wise, level, as well as kind of the sonic frequencies. So the reference track would allow us to kind of take a favorite recording, kind of something that you're aiming to do, and come over here and just monitor that through the control room without having to go and have the reference track go through all of the processing that's typically used. So reference tracks are just like an example that, it's maybe like a mix source that you want to become similar to. And you want that as just so you can check that very easily to see where your song is in comparison. All right, so we see from Steve Green, just says last one, if I want to find a particular snare sound, example FCO1 underscore VK underscore 1 underscore snare 2 underscore RT, how do I find it in MediaBay? Enables me to get the right sound so I could then drag it to my new kit. So it's really just searching. So if you come over here, we could say, okay, I want to, let's go to your MediaBay. We could do it on the right hand side here. I'll just go to media and say, okay, I want to go to my file browser and I want to go to this computer. And then you see like the little search icon here. So you could just say, okay, I want to go to FC01 underscore VK underscore 1 underscore snare 2 underscore, and you can see that as we do this, so once you just kind of start typing in the name, you can just see that, you know, as we do this, that you could just find a name like that. And now once we have an instrument track with, let's say, groove agent or sampler track, I could just drag this sample directly to a pad. I could also right click and say, okay, I want to create a sampler track from it. And now we could and just place it in the sampler track. So, but just simply type the name into search. And if you're in kind of the standalone MediaBay, you would just kind of come right over here. Let's get a MediaBay, and you'll see the search field at the top here next to kind of like the magnifying glass. So give that a try, Steve. All right, so we see from Lord underscore V20 says new user switched from FL. I'm struggling to use my USB mic with Cubase. So, you know, generally it's a good idea to have, you know, let us know what mic you're using, if the microphone has an ASIO driver or not. But what you could do, you know, if you're running Mac or PC, but just come over here to your studio setup. If you want to go to the audio system, if you have an ASIO driver for your mic, like I have a Rode USB mic, it has dedicated drivers, so you could use that. But if you choose, if you're on Windows platform, you may see like Steinberg low latency driver, something like that. That is a generic driver as long as the microphone is being recognized. You could select like the Steinberg, like, you know, low latency ASIO drivers. It's called something like that if you don't have a dedicated. Now, once we switch to like the built-in, you could select the driver, go to the control panel, and this is where you could define, okay, you know, which, you know, if I connected headphones, if I connected other sources, you could come into your audio device settings and be able to select the input and output devices, so you could select your USB mic there. So it's always helpful if you have a USB mic that has input and output, because otherwise, if you're using a different driver for your output, you know, what you're singing against will never actually be in sync to what you're singing. So because there's no way to resolve the clocks. So, but try just to set kind of to the generic driver. There's also like an ASIO for all driver that some people will use as well, which is like a third-party driver. But and go to the control panel and choose your USB mic as your input and output there. Let me switch it back to my real audio interface. Alright, so we see from Beverly, it says my real synths have all disappeared except for my Axis Virus T1. Everything is in the box now, VST synths. I have a big rack of modules that don't get used much anymore. So it's like I actually have them on a separate power switch so that I could power on like my USB audio, my USB interfaces and my MIDI interfaces, but haven't turned on the synths in 5 years or so. Yeah, we see from Beverly says I have an Akai MPK 249. Its controller doesn't have weighted keys. So. All right, wonderful to see Soul Sound Official on the live stream. Okay, so we see Anthony asks, how can I get selectable on top bar that shows all audio MIDI tracks so I could copy and paste sections? All right, so let me just open up different project here. Okay, so how can I get all selectable on top bar that shows all the audio? All right, so, but generally, like as, I'm not sure if I understand, I'll take a stab at it. Let me just revert. All right, so there is a divided track list. So like let's say, for instance, for some reason I want the bass track at the top and I want all of the other tracks. So if you have a divided track list and let's say if we, copy and come down here, let's add an audio track. And let's paste. We could copy and paste, but we may not be able to kind of move like from the top zone to the bottom zone. And if you wanted to do that, we go to the project menu. If this is like a divided track list issue, try going to the project menu and uncheck divided track list, and then you could have your parts that freely move anywhere. But with the divided track list, your tracks may not be able to be moved from the upper area to the lower zone. So let me know if that's it, but try going to project and unchecking divide track list if it is. If not, if you could, sorry if I'm not understanding correctly, but just maybe if you could elaborate again. All right, so you see just comments from Beverly. Just says that she loves a chord patch. Just wish there was something like a 1-4-5 piano patterns, 1-3-5, etc. pattern to play along. So if you wanted to make one, it'd be pretty easy to do. So let's say if I want to come here and we'll select all, and I'm going to just start from scratch. So let's say my project root key is C. So I want to come over here. Let's say we want to do a 1-4-5. So now let's make this an F chord, and we'll be adventurous and make it a G7 chord. Okay. So let's say I want to listen to this. Let's just load up an instrument. Okay, so now when we let me see if it's still. But, so once we have the chord pads here, we could just, transpose to different root keys as well. So, if you want like a simple 145, it's really easy. Or if you want to email me, I could email you a preset for it. And the same for doing a 135 as well. All right, so we see from 54 Beatmaker 54 asks, sometimes transpose to root key option is grayed out in MediaBay. What could be the reason? So not every audio file will be tagged with a root key. So sometimes people will just do samples. I think when you see all of the Steinberg content that comes and why it gets its own pretty little icon is because someone has meticulously gone through with all the metadata defining the project root keys. Sometimes people will just throw out like audio loops, like drum loops. Many times won't have a project root key because they don't have a tonal center. And sometimes when people just do generic loops, something that's more like, tonally based, that has pitch and key, they may not just put that in as metadata. So, if you don't see it, it's probably because that particular file doesn't have that metadata that was entered into the particular, file itself. Okay, we see Gerald Elias take off. He's wishing everyone a good weekend. Thanks for joining us, Gerald. All right, so we see from Soul Sound Official, says, what is a way to create a stereo width to a mono track while keeping the mono compatibility and phase aligned? I think it should keep the mono source and create a left-right signals to it. All right, so let's say, one of the things that was added, I think it was 13 or 14. It might have been 14, but let's come over. All right, it'll take this. All right, so let's take our guitar part here. And let me just bypass send. Okay, so we could switch our channel between mono and stereo. We see this little circle icon. So when you see one circle, it's mono. We see two, it's stereo. So what would happen a lot of times, people would want to have stereo effects on a mono track. So let's say we take our guitar. So if I go to an insert, and let's say I put in a stereo reverb, so we can hear that we have the reverb in, but it doesn't kind of sound as wide because the reverb is now in mono because we're on a mono source. So when I click on this button to change the channel configuration, now now we hear the reverb in stereo. So now the reverb is in mono, and sometimes people specifically want mono reverbs so they don't take too much space. But if you now want to come over here, you can hear what a difference in tone that makes. So you don't have to run it as a stereo, like auxiliary send, effect send. You could just, if you want to run it as an insert, you could just toggle the track control here for the channel configuration. So we still have a mono source, but the processing on that source is now going to be in stereo. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Soul Sound Official. All right, Beverly Beatty just says, Greg, how did you stretch the range on the sampler lower part, F sharp 1 to C6? So generally, so let's say we go to our sampler zone here. All right, and let's just put a background vocal in there. So as we put it in, it automatically will stretch the particular source. Just like a long. So we can make like really scary monster sounds. So if we go like 4 octaves lower, 3 octaves lower. Just like a long. And then we could audio warp that so that it plays back at the same tempo regardless of the pitch. Just like a long. So if I play a chord. Just like a long, long time ago. But generally when you drop a sample into the sampler track, it's automatically going to be mapped for the full range. If it was being dropped into Groove Agent, it's handled a bit differently. So let's say if I take this into Groove Agent SE, and let's say I drop the sample in, just like a long, long time ago. All right, so now I could come here to the pitch and we could set our key range in the pitch. So let's say I want to go C1 through we'll say through C3. So now, just like a long, long time ago. So, but now, just like a long, long time ago. So you could manually do it inside of Groove Agent, and then if you wanted in Groove Agent just to go to the sample level, we could do our warping as well. So if you wanted to always warp to particular, so when you play just like a long, long time ago, just like a long, long time ago, just like a long, long time ago. So now, so if you wanted to, just like a long, long time ago. So you could trigger it that way, but generally dropping into the sampler track will automatically map it for the full range. If you drag and drop, you'll have a project root key, but it generally maps it across the entire keyboard range for you. All right, so we see Wismo says, hi Greg, how can I set Cubase to synchronize tempo project to my Yamaha ModiX arpeggiator? So your Yamaha ModiX is only going to be, there's no real efficient way to have that be the master. because you don't have a word clock output on it. I don't think that there's a SPDIF output, but you could have the ModiX sync to Cubase, because when you're dealing with MIDI clock synchronization, so what you'd want to do, because the resolution of the ModiX, if it's going to be for the arpeggios, that's going to be based on MIDI clock. Now MIDI clock is a very coarse. You have 24 you have 24 divisions per quarter note. Generally, when we're dealing with Cubase, we have 48,000, 44,100, or up to 192,000 samples per second. So when we're dealing with audio and MIDI, if you don't want to do, there's no way for Cubase to possibly sample accurately, synchronize. There's no way for Cubase to synchronize the audio from the ModiX, because I don't think it's sending audio clock. I could be mistaken, but I don't think it's sending audio clock out of any of the connections. But what you'd want to do is go to your transport and go to synchronization setup. And you'll see destinations, and you'll say MIDI clock destination. So you'll say, okay, I want to send it out to my your ModiX, and then when you hit play in Cubase, like the tempo information will be fed out to the ModiX. You tell your ModiX that you want it to follow external MIDI clock, and at that point, when you hit play in Cubase, the two will be in sync with each other. But the ModiX can't be the master because it's not sending out any clocking information, and the resolution is just like too coarse. The resolution isn't fine enough to properly synchronize digital audio. So make Cubase your master and send MIDI clock out from Cubase to your ModiX. It'll be in sync. You just initiate the sequence from Cubase. See, John Barry VU says, I do the same, Greg. Keyboard rack on a separate power switch saves me about $1 a day in power. So, yeah. All right, wonderful to see David M. checking in from Liverpool. Glad you could join us today. Is 1 gallon of chocolate haystacks ice cream. I think that's a new flavor. You're lucky. Beverly Beatty says that's too cool on Groove Agent SE. Wismo74 says, okay, I understand it now. Thanks a lot, Greg. Yeah. All right, so let's go through some questions that we had mailed in. Okay, let me open up a project that we had. Okay, so the first question was how to save on CPU and get a track with all of the effects rendered or exported so I can take on that segment and put it in a new track with all of the effects. Okay, so let's say if we have a vocal track here that has, let me turn that, sorry about that. All right, turn it down. Okay, so let's say when we open this up, we have inserts, we have our effects ends, and what I want to do is to render this track with all of those plugins, and this could be 16 inserts, EQ, and 8 auxiliary sends. So we want to render this track with all of the processing built in and included. All right, so what we want to do is we're going to select the track here. We could select the event events or the track. And what we want to do is come over here. We'll go to your edit menu to render in place. Now, when we go to the render settings, we have different choices. So we could say there's dry, which would not include any of the processing. We have channel settings that would include the inserts and EQs. So if we want to include that, but if we want to basically embed like the send effects, that's when we could use the complete signal path. And if we have like master effects, like maybe a limiter on the master bus, we could include the master effects as well. Now, when we do this to save on CPU cycles, if I select the track as opposed to events, we could make an adjustment here in the source track. So if we select the event, we could keep the source tracks unchanged or mute the source tracks. But if our goal is to save on audio CPU usage, I could choose to disable the track. So now I have this track selected. I come over here. When I render it, it's going to turn that into a audio file. So let me just come over again, render in place. And all of the processing is now included in that particular track. So this track, we chose to disable it. So this isn't taking any CPU whatsoever. And now when we go to listen to this track, we could just say, and all of the effects are rendered directly into the file. And this is just playing back an audio file using minimal audio CPU, like audio performance with that. So again, go to your edit menu. You could select the track as a good place to be. Go to render in place. You go to the render settings. Choose the complete signal path if you want to render the send effects. If you don't want the send effects and only the inserts and channel EQ, you could use the channel settings. It's also the channel strip, or dry if you want no processing involved. And then, when you see this, you have 4 choices. When the track is selected, make sure that you have the track selected. If you have an event selected, you'll see only the top 2 choices. And then you could choose to disable the source tracks, and then that particular track will be disabled so it doesn't take any audio CPU performance. All right, so we had another question. This came with a picture. It says, the timing is off on my snare. How could I fix this? So I kind of recreated this in my project. So let's say we have a snare drum, and when we look at it, we could see that our timing is, maybe this one is on. These are all kind of slightly off of the beat. So, the quickest way to fix this, if we have MIDI going on, and sometimes, like as you sequence in, being that you could be 192,000th of a second early or late in time and not exactly on the beat. But if we wanted to do that, I could, so let's say, we see our grid here. The notes are off. I would just simply select the note and set my quantize value. Let's say if we want this to quarter notes, then hit Q, and we can see that all the notes shift to being on the beat, just like that. So where we were, all the notes are slightly off the beat. So select them and hit Q, and now all of those snare drums will be directly on the beat. Okay, we answered next question already about Retrolog and PadShop. What's new? Okay, next question. If I was to have 50 vocal tracks and all of them utilizing the send effects, but no additional insert effects being added, the slider to the max amount on sound effects for 50 tracks. Would having so many tracks like this hinder or slow down the computer, or does Cubase view the sound effects as one instance for all the tracks, saving CPU processing power? So yeah, it will basically see it as one effect sense. So let's say we do new project here. We will add like 50 audio tracks. Okay, I'm going to select all of these tracks, and let's add the reverb send to them. Okay, so we'll come over here, we're going to add our verb. Okay, so even though all of these tracks are going out, so let's get to our mix console. All right, and we'll look at our sends. So we see all 50 tracks are going out. When we do this, we're only taking the audio performance of that one reverb, regardless of how many tracks are being fed into it. The number crunching for that reverb is only going to be one instance of that particular reverb. So this is a great way not only to save on audio performance, increase audio performance as opposed to putting an insert on every single track. I think it also will improve the quality of many mixes that people do, because you're going to have kind of cohesion when everything is being sent into the same environment. There's always, cases where you may put a different reverb on a snare drum or the kick for a special effect, or change that. But, for the vast majority of mixes, kind of sharing, I think, a lot of mixes that I hear could benefit from having a common reverb that stuff is sent to. So, but when you do this, it's not using like 50 reverbs, it's using one reverb that's being fed and blended. 50 sources are being fed and blended into it. So, all right, and we had another question. It says, can you help me with this problem? The record button is always on when I move the cursor to another track. It automatically turns on. How do I change it? All right, so if we select a track, we can see that it's automatically going to be record enabled like this. All right, if we want that behavior to stop, let's go to your preferences or settings. I think if we come over here to editing, project and mix console, we can see enable record on selected audio track. I will hit apply. We'll hit OK. So now when I select a track, it's not going to be record enabled. I would have to do it manually. So again, that preference or setting under editing, project and mix console, enable record on selected track. I believe it's on by default. So it could just, as you're tracking, you could just quickly, okay, I want to record here, now I want to record there, let's record here, there, and everywhere. All right, so thanks for sending questions in advance. You could always send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, jump back to our live questions. You see David M. loves speaking to Beverly, that he loves that Virus T1 synth or TI synth. He had it on pre-order and didn't come. All right, so we see from Soul Sound Official, it says when adding stereo width using stereo image widens In mid-side, what is the best way to keep the audio mono compatible? So, I don't think, we could take a look. Let's just jump back to that particular project and let's look at the meters to see what it's doing on the mid-side. So I think the mono compatibility is still going to be the same. It's just going to, so let's take a look. All right, so let's take just our guitar part here. All right, so here we're kind of looking at the phase. All right, so we do this, we're mono source, so we don't really see the phase relationship on the scope. But I think your mono compatibility is still there. So let's say we look at it and let's go ahead and down mix to mono in our control room and see if the guitar gets lost. Let's see if let me just come here to the main. So, so I don't hear any problems with the mono compatibility with that. So let's say over here. So we can see it on the scope that we still have kind of our mono in the center. And doing the mono down mix just as a reference. So let me know if it sounds different to you, or do you think it's disappearing when doing mono. This is adding stereo width, using stereo image, widens. Yeah, if you're using like the stereo, if you're using an imager plugin, that could cause it, but try. So let's say, if I want to, let's add an imager plugin here. So generally, that may not be the best. I would try to do like a mono source, and even if you just put like a soup, if you wanted to be like a really narrow. So let's say if we make everything super wide here. So let's just increase our width in all bands here. And we do our mono down mix just to check. But, generally, you're manipulating kind of the phase with imager plugins. It's what it's doing. All right, we see Terry Gray on from Minneapolis. Says, thanks for the VCA discussion. It says, I couldn't find the coalesce command. Didn't realize it's called combined automation. It might be different location in Nuendo. Let me just take a quick look in Nuendo for that. Great to see you on, Terry. Hope you're well. Okay, so let me add, see if I remember where to find it. Okay, so let's say we have automation here. Let's assign this to VCA. Okay, so I think when we go, if I remember right, all right, let me do some VCA automation now. Okay, so I think it might be like to do just see if there's any. I think it's kind of in the rack area, but I don't think it's in the same spot as Cubase. I'm just trying to remember. See if I could. Let me just do a quick. Hang on just 1 second. See if I can find this quickly. Because I think it is located in a different spot. All right, so let's see if we come here. If it is. All right, let's make sure I have my VCA set up. Try just adding again here, just make sure. me just see if I can find this quickly. Sorry. Okay, so on the Innuendo, when you come over here and you go to the VCA section, you'll see this little drop-down menu here. So it's in a different location. Then you could combine the VCA with the connected channels. So once you open up the VCA, click here in the mix console. And then once you come here, that's where you could choose to coalesce the VCA automation with it. So it's in a different spot, same concept. Sorry about my brain cramp there, Terry. Great to see you on the live stream. Hope you and your family are well. You can see David M says haven't moved clocks over in the UK, so it's an early finish for him today. Right, Beverly Beatty just says great explanations. Hope it's helpful. All right, Ivy Bros just says, how do you make an instrument on left of stereo field and have the delay or reverb come out of the right side? All right, so let me exit out of Nuendo. Okay, so let's just take guitar here. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to take this. All right, so let's say we want to pan the guitar. So I'm going to add an effects channel to this track. So let's add a reverence. Okay, so we'll come over here. We're going to now okay, so we turn on, now we hear reverence in both channels. All right, but now I want the reverb in the opposite side of the channel. So what we would do is go to our channel strip. So we're going to go to our channel. We open this up and we see our send here, and we can say, let's go to panning. And then we could just pan. So the reverb is now on the left side. The guitar is on the left side and the reverb is on the right side. So if I wanted to reverse that, so the guitar is on the right and the reverb is on the left. And I'll just make the reverb a little louder so it's easier to. So once you just go to the sends area of the channel. So now we hear that only now we hear that the reverb is going to be. So again, come over here. Let's go to your sends, go to the panning. then the reverb could be panned independently of the channel. You could have it automatically be matched with it if you want, or you could pan the reverb the opposite side if you want, just like that. So you could do the classic hard rock trick with two guitar players where each guitar player is panned in one speaker and the reverb of that guitar is panned in the opposite speaker. It's a classic hard rock production trick in the 80s. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on, checking in from Bilbao. Can't stick around, but thanks for stopping in, saying hi. He's hoping that everyone's having a revelation of the day. All right, Uno Memento wants people to whack the like button. Beverly just mentioned the virus is a great synth, no doubt. If you're bored, you could just watch the flashing lights on it and eventually get a migraine. So, see, Beverly says we need more bling on Cubase VSTs, perhaps an image of the mood or the sound. Happy sound image is not a happy face. Sadder sound, unhappy face. So, but some people are sad when they're happy, and some people are happy when they're sad. So hard to know what image to do. All right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher on from Oxford, formerly of my favorite town to announce, Royal Wootton Bassett. All right, you see David M. has a dash, so thanks for joining us. Have a great weekend. All right, George is asking, says, greetings from Germany. I'm enjoying listening to your answers and explanations after a long week with lots of work. So, understand. I've had a long week too. Looking forward to doing something that I normally don't do, going on vacation next Thursday. All right, so you see, I think we're at the end of questions. We'll see if there's more questions that come in. If not, we can wrap up a little early. Thanks for all of the wonderful questions. I hope that everyone has learned a new tip or trick. And if you want to send questions in advance, you could always send them to clubcubase@steinberg.de. So once again, just a quick programming note. We will have our live stream on Tuesday, the 17th. And then I will be out. I'll be returning on the 31st for the next live stream. I'm going to be out of the country on vacation for spring break with my family. So I'll be taking off week after next and next Friday. I'll be out of the country, so won't be doing live streams, but we will pick up on the 31st. All right, so we see from GMT 4192, is there an easy mixing tip to have a professional mix quick just for reference? You know, one of the things, you know, I think where a lot of mixes are a lot of things that are hurting people's mixes. I think people, when I hear mixes, I hear too many plugins. You know, I remember speaking recently, maybe a couple months ago, with Elliot Shiner, who's like an amazing mix engineer, like, Mix Steely Dan, like the classic, Asia, just an unbelievable mix engineer. And I always remember the first time I had dinner with him, like in Stamford, Connecticut. We had a really nice dinner together with his kids. And I was just like, oh, so how do you approach reverb? He's like, I just don't use it. And it's just like everyone's always like trying to, ask him like a zillion questions on Steely Dan Asia. And it's like the most simple answer is like, oh, how'd you get the drum sound? He's like, I would come in and I would tune the drums before the drummer came in. And I would, and he's like, people ask me like, oh, what compressor I used on this, and it was like the studio had 2 compressors, so we didn't use a lot of compression. We just made it sound right in the mix. And Elliot, one of the tricks that he does is just mixes at very low levels constantly. It's easy to kind of wear out your ears if you're mixing at low levels. Make sure that you can hear like, the snare and the vocal at like super low levels. But if you're, my friend Clay always does amazing work. Play his mix here. But say we jump to the control room. But, so a lot of people may be mixing kind of levels like this, but Elliot will kind of be mixing like down here. And he's listening for like vocal and snare. Can you hear the bass? Can you hear the guitar? Can you hear the stuff? And this also makes you actively listen to your work. So you're not a passive listener. You have to kind of actively listen for the mix. So sometimes mixing really low levels can help tremendously. Things can always sound better, louder. But if you kind of build your mix at a super low level of monitoring and you get used to this, it's a very powerful tool. So that would be like some quick advice. And every song is going to be different. I saw like Jean-Marie Horvat, who's on the live streams a lot, watches them. And he's getting a lot of attention because he won like Grammy for best R&B album this year. And everyone is like, oh, can you send me your vocal preset? And he's like, every song is going to be different. So, if you could try to approach every song as a unique solution that you're offering instead of like doing a cookie cutter thing of doing the same thing over and over again, that will also help out your mixes. All right, so we see Rajas Hip Hop just saying thank you. All right, we have DJ ATA from Senegal. Thanks for being online with us, being part of the community. All right, you see Beverly's checking out. All right, we have GMT just sending cheers from Argentina. Jazz Dude's making a great point. The best mix is a good arrangement. It solves a lot of mixing problems. All right, so we see George just saying, I'm waiting for CC1 controller to be available in Germany, estimated in 10 to 13 weeks. Oh, it's a bummer. Sorry about that. I think you'll enjoy it. All right, so we see Soren joining from Sweden. Glad you can make it. Wonderful to see you on. All right, Soul Sound Official just says, thanks, Greg. Could you show the different automation modes and how to control the automation points when automating? All right, so let's take a look. So we'll just do. All right, so let's open up our automation panel here. All right, so let's put it on touch automation mode. Okay, so touch automation, when I am touching the fader and I'm automating the track, automation is written. So I'm going to come here. So let's say as we're playing along. All right, so we have automation turned on. I move the fader here and All right, so we have touch automation. So whenever we're touching, now we could also do auto latch, which will, as we're doing this, will, so let's say, we'll keep the same value until you stop automation. So let's say if we come here to auto latch, just gonna turn off my. All right, so say now I have auto latch, so I come over here, I let go of the fader, that value stays until I hit stop. So touch will allow us just to do like a quick bump up here. But when we're in auto latch, that particular setting will, so when I stop, I let go of the fader, move the mouse over here, it could still be writing the same automation point until I hit stop. So for here, we're writing automation. I want it to stay here until I stop. Now with touch, I come over and it's only writing. As soon as I let go, then it's going to jump back to our value. So auto latch continues to write until it's actually the transport is stopped. And then we're going to have, let's say we have our trim automation. So let's say I have some automation here. Okay, so now when we go to trim, we'll do crossover first, sorry. Okay, so let's say we're going to do crossover. So what crossover is going to allow me to do is, let's say I just want to do a dip here, and I want it to stop when my automation value goes up to the existing value. So we put this into crossover. I write my automation, and then as soon as I come up here, it will just pop out of automation when we go back to cross the existing threshold that was there. Now trim, if we have automation, and this is, you get similar to kind of what a VCA fader is doing. So I could just say, okay, this automation is all just a little too loud on this particular track, so I'm trimming it. All right, so now we see that we have, again, like our VCAs, we have the trim automation with the existing automation. I come right over here, and then we can say, let's freeze all the trim automation in the project. And then we could also just say, freeze the trim automation of the selected track. So now that automation trim has been applied to that particular automation track as well. So those are the main automation modes. Let me know if that makes sense. All right, so you see Fox Andrew won't be able to make Tuesday's live stream. He's busy celebrating his country's national holiday. See y'all again soon. Have a great celebration. I think is it Ireland that you're in? But have a great time. So we see class just saying CC1 is going to be available midsummer. Sorry, it's taking so long. All right, we see the Button Man on. Wonderful to see you. Hope you're doing well, Michael. All right, Jazzy Lamel says, hey Greg, is there a way to put in detailed metadata in Cubase, and will it read in Wavelab? Asking, or do I have to do anything from Wavelab to input all of the metadata? So it could depend on like what metadata, so there's a lot of metadata we could put into particular tracks. So just to give you an idea, when you come over here to the MediaBay, let's select an audio file. So let me just come here to documents to, let's say, all right. So when we want to add metadata to a project, We can come over here. You could add your own metadata, but there's lots of metadata fields that are commonly read by different media applications. So you could add all of this in to Cubase. If you don't see a check mark, you could just place a check, and then all that metadata can be added in. So there's some metadata, like I don't think we do like CD text, or MP. So like CD text, I don't think is in here, but CD text actually, isn't metadata per se because it's not actually embedded into the file, but there's a lot of metadata that can be done inside of Cubase. And then there's some additional metadata, like Wavelab won't read like project root key. I don't think there's a way of adding that. So there will be different metadata available for Wavelab and Cubase depending upon what the information is, but you could add a lot. Plus, if you click on the plus sign here, you could add your own metadata fields. And that's all stored within broadcast wave header. All right. Okay, just reading through. All right. Okay, so we see from question, hi Greg, I want to set up a button in a control room to listen to only the sides of my control room output. Is this possible? I love what you do for us. So there isn't a direct plugin that I know of. You could put the frequency EQ in, but then you have to kind of break it down to different frequency ranges. It can be done in Wavelab is kind of set up for that. I think it was at HOFA, HOFA might have a plugin that allows you to do that you could place in the insert in the control room and just simply kind of toggle back and forth between that. But I don't think that there's a function inside of Cubase. There is in Wavelab where you could just, because sometimes it could be more of a mastering thing, but I guess it's also applicable for mixing as well. But you'd have to do it with like a third-party plugin in the control room. But I think HOFA, HOFA, it's a German company. I think they have a free plugin that would allow you to do that. Okay. You see Jazz Dude and Michael Teams Michael Pierce giving some EQ advice to Beverly. All right, and we have a soup recipe from watercress and asparagus soup. He's going to dump a recipe next time, so looks good. Yeah, we had kind of a wild weather change here in Washington, D.C. area. We had 86 degrees on Tuesday, and it snowed about an inch yesterday. So it's pretty dramatic 50-degree change in weather. So put the air conditioning on, and then it's snowing the next day. All right, I think this is mixing advice from George. Says controlling the peaks with the mixing of drums. I always try to have the attack of the compressor set so that the peaks might get through. So that's good advice. And the overheads, he says a fast attack time so the snare doesn't dominate the peaks twice, and a direct and overhead signal. Okay, reading through comments. All right, so Raw Justice Hip Hop says Voxengo MSED can do that too. And John Barry's ISO Late ISO L8 plugin does that too. So check those out as quick solutions. All right, so we see Groove Agent 6 changes the drum map depending on whether it's started with the project or opened in the project. It's a fact I think it might cause problems for me in old projects with MIDI drums. All right, so let's take a look and see. So let's come here and we'll open up a Groove Agent. See if it's specified. All right, so let's say I'll just do Groove Agent SE. We'll see if so I'm going to load up a quick drum set here. Don't have a license for that. Okay, so let's do bouncy. So okay, so here we have kick 1, kick 2. All right, so I'm going to. All right, so we have, so let's go and let's see if we create the drum map from the instrument. Okay, so now when we have an event, we can see our drum map. So we can see starting at, C1, kick 1, B0 brass. So let's see if I change the kit here, but we don't update the actual drum map. Maybe that's what's causing it for you. So let's see. Now we can see that looks like it automatically changed the drum map based on. If we watch our drum map, I'm going to load a different kit. So it looks like here that the drum map is automatically updated when the new kit is loaded. So let me know if you're changing the drum map. So if it started in a project or opened in the project. So it seems like, it automatically updated when I did the create drum map. So let me know if you did the create drum map or if it's a custom drum map or the generic general MIDI drum map. Okay, we see a question, what is the best way to compress the left, right, or MS separately? So when we go to frequency, we will come over, let's put it on a stereo track. So let's go to our inserts, and this is under the EQ section because it's the dynamic EQ. So what we could do is we could say, okay, I want this to be a left, right EQ. So now I could come over here, let's say, and we could enable the dynamics. So once we come over, let's say, to our dynamic control, so now we could say, okay, I want to adjust my attack, release, my ratio, and let's say for channel 6, I want this to be MS, so now I could take my mid and sides differently, enable dynamic EQ here, so this would allow us to adjust kind of the Q to make it narrower or wider for the side. And now when we click on the dynamics, we could control that as well. So that way, within one plugin, you have 8 bands. Each of those bands could be stereo, left, right, or mid-side independent. So we see from Jazzu is kind enough to paste a link for the Isolate plugin. It's free. Thank you for doing that. So Bratman Studio is asking, Greg, is Analog Lab V a Steinberg product? So I think it's Arturia. So I don't think it's Steinberg, but it's an Arturia product. All right. All right, wonderful to see Daniela as Da Vinci Girl from Bochum, Germany. Thanks for joining us today. So we see from Bratman Studio, Greg, do you know which drums will emulate the classic Simmons V5 drums? I would probably maybe just start with the drum machine synthesizer. So let's say if I come here, let's add a drum track. All right, so let's say, come over here to, let's say, and let's go ahead and, I haven't listened to the Simmons kit in a long time, but let's get to, and come over. So I would probably start with, like drum machine and use kind of like the drum synthesizer. And I think that would get you kind of in the ballpark. So let's say, okay, I want on A1. And so let's say as we're, and then you could adjust kind of the pitch of it. Add distortion. More click for attack. So I would probably try to, and if you have like an example of like some drum samples I could take a listen to, if you wanted to share it with me, I could probably come up with something that's pretty similar to the Simmons, but I would probably just start with like the drum machine. I think that's pretty Simmons-like, and you could also, change a lot of the particulars. So let's say, okay, I want to come over here, and let's adjust the hold and decay. So if you want this to be, so all sorts of great drum synthesis that could get you like in those kind of classic Simmons sounds. All right. Okay, so you see Uno Memento says, is there any way to open songs that were once made on an Atari and new Cubase versions, new versions of Cubase? I found an old song on a floppy disk in storage. I would like to know what song it is. So the last version of Cubase that allowed you to import a .all or .arr files, which were the Atari versions, was Cubase SX3. So if you have like a Cubase 11 license, you could download Cubase SX3 and import the .all or .arr files. and you can just at that point save it as a particular project. Now, depending on how the floppy disk was formatted, you may have to go out and buy like a USB floppy disk drive. And if you're on the Windows, I think that there is a utility. I just happened to look this up the other day, just out of curiosity. Because the Atari disk could read a PC formatted disk, but there was a separate Atari format. So if the floppy disk was formatted on a PC floppy disk, which a lot of people did for kind of broader compatibility, then you could take it into SX3 and, import it and save it as a .cpr file. If it is on a Atari formatted, you probably had to get a utility so that the disk could be read on a PC, but you could still take it and import it into SX3. And if you have the file like a .all or .arr and you can't get SX3, like I still have an SX3 license on my Windows 11 machine that opens and will, take and import the .all or .arr file. So if you have it in your computer but you can't get the older Cubase version to run, you could email me the project and I'd be happy to, and you can send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I'd be happy to do the conversion for you. So, but you have to make sure first that it is, able to be read by the PC, and if it's being able to be read by the PC, then it's easier. If not, you have to get there's a shareware utility that will read the Atari formatted disk. And then once you get that file read into your computer, SX3 will do it. So if you have a Cubase 11 dongle and license, you could download SX3, open it up with your Cubase 11 or earlier license, and at that point, import it and save it. All right. Okay, so we see from Boglik Kadreem asks, "Hi Greg, thanks for your help. Is there any way to record vocals through an interface that has a high amount of latency? It's a mastering converter, delay compensation disables instruments." So what I would do is, if you're recording, I would see if you could somehow monitor the path, see if the interface has direct monitoring. If it has direct monitoring, basically what you're going to do is monitor the signal as it comes directly from the input. It bypasses kind of the Cubase or the digital audio workstation effects and sends the signal straight from the input to the output, so that you could play, as you record, you're not monitoring through effects, but you can hear, but the latency, so when you do that, that could minimize the latency for the monitoring path. If it doesn't have a direct monitoring mode, I would somehow get a splitter of some kind and maybe have the vocalist, go into, if you do a split of the mic pre, have the vocalist monitor directly from the split, an alternative monitoring source, and then send the other side of the split to be recorded so that the singer can hear themselves as they are recording. So if you could let us know if it has any direct monitoring capabilities. All right, DaVinci Girl says VST3 seems to be a dog killer for complex setups. Ableton seems for Windows to give up. So I think they're still supporting VST3 quite healthily along with the rest of the industry. So I don't think it's a dog killer at all. I think that's a bit misinformed. All right, Boglek Kadreem says it's Cubase 16 developing a stock spectral plugin like Soothe or Bloom. So generally, we don't really announce new features before they're released. A lot of those tools are really just, like dynamic EQs, so which you could do a lot of it inside of frequency. All right. So Jazzy Lamel says, "Hey Greg, is there ever a way to have brushes in Groove Agent to play V drums for a jazz band?" So if you get, I know, let's see if I have it on my system. If you want like great like brushes, get Simon Phillips jazz drums. So let's say if you want to come over here, go into Bossa Nova brush. So that as we there's lots of great brush sounds in here. So let's say, okay, we want to, so even if you want to just come over and let's do like a jazz waltz. So any of the Simon Phillips drum kits are amazing. And I can tell you that, Simon had a computer failure, and the first thing he called me, I was like, I need my drum samples so I could get some work done on a new record. So he actually uses his own drum set and uses his sounds for productions. So let's say we want to do a full swing brush as well. I'll just make it a little louder. So check out So if you want to do a lot of brush stuff, that's probably the best kit I think that you get for brushes. Okay. All right, so we see, Greg, the RMS normalization is still widely used in mixing to maintain consistent energy when sending signal to analog plugins. Why do we have loudness and peak only in Cubase? I think those are like the most common. And let me just check, see in Wavelab if we could do it. I will pass it along as a feature request. Okay. So here we could normalize to different levels. So it's not in Cubase, but I will pass it along. All right, so we see from Boglet who ask, how do I optimize the phase of each instrument in an arrangement? Is there an optimal way of doing this in Cubase Pro 15? I purchased a Pi plugin from Soundoratics, but I hardly hear a difference. So a lot of times when you're dealing with phase, you just be aware of like the relationship between like the different, let me just open up a quick project here to show you. So, often you'll notice it more with like a multi-microphone instrument. So let's say if I come here, let me just get to my... All right, so let's say if we have just these two. So if I, one thing you could do is like if you look at like two microphones, and if you zoom in on the waveform, and I'll make this just a little larger so we could. All right, and we see that both of the sounds are like the waveforms are going up at the same time, they're going down at the same time. So, always, so a lot of engineers I know just constantly will have, so we can say when we invert the phase, the polarity, we can hear how that gets kind of canceled out. So if we zoom in, let's say we invert the polarity here. So this side's going up, so we'll see the bottom track where it's going up, it will go down, and then we get kind of a canceled sign, a canceled sound. Now, as we are working on this, we could always, many engineers will always have like a supervision up, like a phase scope is pretty common. So that if we do a phase, if we have phase problems, that we could see the phase, what do you call it, a goniometer or phase meter, we can come right over here and we could see that reflected in our phase scope. And we could also see what frequencies. So one of the tools that you have here is the multi-correlation. So we could see that these particular frequencies are the ones that are out of phase. So if you keep this on all the time, and I know people that will have a separate monitor just for, supervision, phase, so this is pretty common that throughout the whole mixing process, as you're recording, as you're editing, just to be aware of the phase relationships. So like as you add a new part, as you add a plug-in, if something sounds weird, you just have this open as a reference point to know exactly what your phase relationships are going on in your project. So like one of my friends, Nelson Funk, he'll just have, and a lot of engineers, he's probably 90 now. And he did like, all the big James Brown records in the day, like, 13 or 14 Emmys for sound, for post-production. But on his desk was always a little phase scope and a little kind of frequency meter as well. And he's just always, that was always something in his view so that he could just see the phase relationship right there. All right, so we see DaVinci Girl says, wow, cool. Simmons sounds possible only with new Cubase or with older versions. So, the new version has, since version, the drum machine was added in version 14. So that's when it, added a lot of capabilities for kind of doing kind of vintage drum sounds. All right. All right, so you see from Daniela asks, you send files given to you to Club Cubase, Greg. Yeah, people send files or share videos if they have kind of a complex problem, so I could see it in action. So, all right, so we see from Rick, just as he also has the Simmons sounds on his Roland. I guess he could use a sampler in Cubase and make some, or play it analog, of course. So, yeah, do that. Okay. All right, so we see Rossi composing, says, I tried to render in place idea to save CPU, but when I select another track to render, it keeps rendering the original track, multiple versions, 01, 02. Make sure that when you're doing it that you don't have an event selected. So if I come here, I think I'm rendering the track, it's actually the priority is going to be for an event if an event is selected. So make sure that no event is selected if you click in an empty space and then just click on the track. And that should do it for you. So you see from DaVinci Girl, just says, I did ask you a long time about convolution wave files to verify this, and this are not Steinberg impulse responses, did not get an answer. So yeah, if you want to resend it, I'll keep my eye out for it. Raja says, hip hop says frequency is my favorite EQ, and it's a stock plugin. So that's a great plugin. And I like it since in 15 we had the ability, a lot of people didn't like that, they thought the parameters are small, but now we could have plug-in scaling to make it easier. All right, so Boglek Kadreem asks, is there a way to have a bigger font in a Cubase notepad? I use this for lyric writing, but struggle to read it back during performances because the writing is all miniature and no bold text. So yeah, it's probably not the highest priority to turn it into, I think it's for keeping projects in notes. What I do often is just take a marker track and have the marker track with the lyrics. So, but there isn't a way to do that, but I don't think it's the highest priority, but All right, so you see from Daniela, says, Ableton addressed the problem to Microsoft. Do you think they fixed it? So I'm not sure what Ableton's doing or what problems they're having. I don't think it's going to be VST related. All right. All right, so I think we're just about out of time. See if there's a last minute question. All right. All right, so we see Jasmine Miles says, thanks, Greg, for all you do. I learned so much from you, so I'm always happy to share knowledge. All right, so I think we're just, all right, so Michael Team still has SCSI drives. All right, so we see John Barry says, Patch Shop is going okay in Win 11, but my retrolog in my system, could you check, but not retrolog? So make sure you have the latest one, but let's go ahead and check retrolog before we wrap up for John. So let's come over here. I tested on my Windows 11 machine yesterday, but let's come over here and just as I come over to the drop down scaling, so you can see it's bigger than it normally is. If we drop it minus 25%, so that seems to be working. If you want to send me a screenshot of like your scaling options, I'd be happy to look at it. With that, we will go ahead and wrap up, and we're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. We'll see everyone back on Tuesday of next week. Everyone stay safe and healthy and have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you back next week. Goodbye.